Hello, ladies, gentlemen, non-binary finery. Welcome to the DU Weekend Show. Yeah, I'm 902 PE Gaming, veteran, IT geek, novelist, long-term gamer. I'm in area code 902. That's Nova Scotia and Prince Edward Island on the east coast of Canada. Thanks very much for joining me while I spend some time playing my current, as always, come back to title Dual Universe. Yeah, it doesn't matter what else I play. I eventually wind up playing DU again. We're playing on the Settlers My DU public server. As always, I love to chat with viewers, so please do say hello. Let me know what your current interest is in DU, that kind of stuff. Whatever you're doing in DU, I love to hear about it. Music you'll hear today in the background is provided by The Miracle of Sound and Carl Casey under the tag of White Bat Audio. Check them out on YouTube and Bandcamp. They let streamers like me use their music for free, and all they ask is that I tell you what it is you're listening to. All right, let's get to it. Um, as I mentioned last stream that I did, I've sort of thrown my entire raison d'etre, if you will, in Dual Universe in the Gash. Instead, I'm building what AK Swervin has referred to as the Technodrome. Um, for the Turtle fans out there, that's Shredder's mobile base. Um, so it's an L core that's going to be, a moving factory, an operational carrier, a fire base, a mining platform. Yeah, everything, all in one box. So that's what I'm going to be working on today is building that. So yeah, let's go. Let's do it. All right. So it doesn't look much yet because bluntly, I'm still trying to figure out what it is I want to build. Um, a lot of this is um, on the fly experimentation, I guess is the best way of putting it. One sec, someone on Discord wanting to talk to me real quick. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yes, that is perfectly reasonable. I knew about that. Okay, all good. All right, back to what we were doing. Before I was so pleasantly interrupted by someone who's just checking in on me, which is cool. Cool. So, one of the criteria for the Wonder Home, which is what I'm calling this thing, um, is it's got to have a hangar big enough to park an E19 in. So I went and got my my current operational E19 and basically built the hangar around it. So even in, like this is now the mirror line is, whoops, drifted off the ship here. So that edge is essentially the middle of the actual ship, right? So that line there. So there's plenty of room here to be able to use the ship movement tool to turn a vessel around in place, that kind of thing, and more than enough room to be able to fly in, land, and yeah. So I think it's quite cool. I've had some fun getting the entryway done, so that's looking okay. Um, I've got another one of these doors, and I think that's what we're gonna do a little bit of today, is working down the bottom of the ship. Um, I'm also gonna set up a second. Oop, wrong deck. They need to start putting signs up. Um, I've also got a tiny factory set up, 3 lane. Um, the benefit to doing 3 is that it keeps the number of connections down enough that you don't need to run a waitress. And the problem with Waitress system is there is a bug in it which makes some things very difficult to do. It does not properly figure out large volumes. So the bigger a thing is, let's say if you're going to need 1,220 screws, it'll get you 1,100 screws and stop. So, and I still have not figured out why it's doing that. So for now, I'm just going to avoid it. A little bit of internal pretty, right? Did some work with some copper here because, you know, steampunk art and all that. The engine configuration is still, there's still more to do. I've got to put some more gear onto this thing. It's as much to get an understanding of what the engine room is going to look like on this beast. You know, basically the stern profile. Where's the glow? Where's the glow? Because, you know, I worry about stuff like that. It has to have a nice glow. So I've got 2 more, I think, atmospheric engines that need to be installed, and then 2 more space engines that need to get installed on this on the center line. Not so, and then, you know, the pod wrapping done for that. So that's a thing I need to fuss with. Full ag, it's got a warp drive, blah, blah, blah. Decent shields. I think once I get it all clammed in, it's gonna look okay. I've done some mocking for the hull jacket, like what the cladding is gonna look like. It's not going to be a pretty ship. It's going to look like what it is, which is a moving factory that coincidentally does time as a aircraft carrier. But I'm doing my best to try and at least make it interesting. So we'll yeah, there's going to be a lot to do with it. Then I've got to figure out where I'm putting the bridge. I think the bridge winds up on the bottom deck, so that you've got the best visibility for atmospheric operations. Yeah, I think it goes into this area here, probably in an enclosed bubble. Probably will have 2 bridges. A landing operations, and then a slightly more center of ship, probably directly under the ag generator, quote, battle bridge, which is going to be, you know, where which is going to be for the gun controls as well as a few other things. So let's turn this on. Actually, no, I need to do something first. Let's scoot over here. Let's set, this is my linked container. I need to run back over to the primary here, to the space station. I'm really struggling with the idea of tearing this whole thing down. It won't have a lot of use, but I also don't want to, I also put a lot of work into this thing. So, yeah, I haven't quite yet decided. Alright, bauxite needs to move over here. For now, that's all I need to move. And I'm gonna move the pure carbon over as well. Just so that'll be a little bit easier to drag and drop into the other bin. And we'll move 5,500 pure calcium. Okay. All right. Where'd it go? All right. Okay. Nice. Keep forgetting that's a thing. All right. So. Let's talk about this. Let's turn you back on. Oh, right, can't do that, no. All right. Hey, Kestrel, good to see you. Thank you so much for dropping in. Okay, take care of yourself. All right. So we're doing stuff. We're okay on carbon, and we're okay on. Okay. Pretty sure I put calcium in here, didn't I? Okay. Apparently the system needed calcium. But yeah, so, alright, man, we're pretty much fully loaded over here. I've got, yeah, alright. Okay, we'll just let that churn. Okay, yeah, we're making more Kurgan. That's good. Yeah, no problem. Yep, this is the new megaship. Quote, as the quote DU-TechoDrome, as Swervin is taken to calling it. Apparently he's a TMNT fan. But yeah, so as with most, yeah, with a build this size, what I'm doing is essentially, because I'm not sure what I'm doing, you know, to be quite honest, you know, if you don't know what you're doing, do it neatly. So currently working out the deck plan, working out critical systems, doing a mock-up of what the outer hull will look like, how I'm gonna, because there's just a lot of material here, right? So figuring out what the voxels are gonna look like, things like that, you know, part aircraft carrier, part North Sea drill rig, part air, you know, part factory. I decided to go for fairly high ceilings on all decks. Instead of having lots of small decks, I went with a common height, which coincidentally is the height of an XL assembly line. And then, you know, stacked vertically in the caverns, and in spaces where I have more room, I can put in a false deck, either with glass or stuff like that, where it's obvious, you know, or a raised platform, and there's all kinds of ways to deal with that. Got as I say, ship is now building ship, so I've got a 3-lane tiny factory up and operating. So the next thing I'm doing, actually is we're gonna go over here. Yep. Because I can like, it's easy to stack stuff vertically, right? Here, it still looks really cramped. The extra height doesn't work against this. You know, same thing, you know, it makes the engines look small, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. But yeah, there's ways to use that space to make it, you know, less of a cavern. But then again, it doesn't look out of place at all when you're on the flight deck, right? So that's going to get bricked over. So the flight deck's going to be a full two decks thick, right? And that doesn't look out of place at all, given the size of the door, right? Yes, EXL container fits on a deck. Stacked vertically fits there as well. Yep. It works out, coincidentally, that an EXL container, one of these, is equivalent to an L container plus an M container stacked one on top of the other, which is coincidentally the height of an XL assembly line. Coincidentally. So it worked out well. Just stuff I figured out while doing measuring and testing while I was on the ground before I got up here and started building. Almost like it was planned. Yep. All right. So now, what I want to do is talk about lasers. So one of those things that is coming down the road eventually is... Not there. Okay. One sec. There we go. There's what I'm looking for. So eventually, one of those things which is on the way is going to be mining lasers for asteroid operations. And so what I want to do is take advantage of that thematically. Now, yes, I understand there's a risk that they may not actually be implemented. I've had that conversation with Jimbo and Linder. That is not that big a deal for me. So what I want to do is build a, quote, mining bay. So the idea is that this door is going to be surrounded on both sides by mining lasers. And when the door opens... Hey, Ryglitch, how you doing? Welcome. Thank you. Appreciate the follow. Okay, Kestrel, thank you so much. So the idea here is that once we get the mining lasers sorted out, which is waiting on NovaQuark for a patch to something they broke. Good to see you, Glitch. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, so yeah, like I say, so once they get that fixed, we'll be able to do asteroid mining on the Settler server using lasers. And the idea is to build a rack of lasers over this door in the belly of the ship so that I fly over the, pull in over an asteroid, open, push a button, door opens, push another button, lasers begin lasing. I think that's going to be a really cool look. Right? So that's the first piece I'm working on today. So we're going to carve out the pieces we don't need. And that goes to here, to here, and to here. And then, yeah, all the way down to here. Yeah, selection area is too much. Well, I don't like you either. Goodbye. Okay, Missed a stove. Literally. There we go. And then this no longer serves its purpose. It can come out of here. So that is the laser bay. Quote. So now, okay. Next problem. Do I have? No, I don't. Over as well. And then do I have a telemeter? I don't see one here. Okay, that's fine though. Here. We'll set this as our end container. Alright. Let's talk about this. The first thing I want to do, I think, is block it in. Floor it in, if you will. So go over here. That. There. That's better. Oops. Nope. Stop that. Yep, that is correct. If you got any questions about what it is I'm doing, who I am, anything like that, please do shout out. Love to chat with viewers. It's just fun. I appreciate the company while I'm working on the ship here. If you got questions about decisions I'm making, you know, math I'm using, whatever, yeah, let me know. That gets us there. Nope, that's what I wanted. Just there. All right. That gets us started. Okay, that's not going to do what I want. So what is this gap? That is 8. Okay. Hey, Tubes, good to see you. Did I see me splitting voxels? Yes, that is essentially what these thin lines are. It's not actually as hard as it sounds. It's tedious. And I have ADHD, which means that tedious is, well, more difficult than it really ought to be. But, oops. Good to see you, Tubes. Appreciate you dropping in, man. Thanks so much. But I can show you the process if you're interested. Alright, so I'll show you what the process is here. So, now, full disclosure, I'm not anywhere as good at this as many others are, alright? Do not consider me a reigning authority on anything involving voxeleering / voxelmancy, okay? Those are the two terms you will hear. I'm a hack, but I have fun doing it, and every once in a while, I get things to look the way I want them to. First off, however, it all comes down to a very simple problem. Making things, changing the shape of a square. So you can see this really thin line here, right? That's the top of a voxel. So if I copy that, right, so if you take a look at this, I'm going to copy these three squares like that. Copy that and drag that up above ground level. So you can see it a bit better. All right, you see that? All right. Now, what's interesting is that this piece here doesn't exist. This piece here, the black material, is actually this black material, which has poured over to fill in the gap left here. The actual voxel that I've manipulated is this one. Do you see that? If I go over here and I remove these, right? You see what it is. So this piece here isn't real. I can't actually select it. Oh, it actually did fill it in that time. All right. Most of the time it doesn't. So how did I make this? Well, I'll show you. So we're going to take a lump of material. We'll use some red galvanized steel, just so it's a different color. We'll go here. And I'm just going to go over, oops, that far. And we'll drop this in here. I'm going to turn the headlamp on so I can see what I'm doing. So now you've got a cube. Well, so you have a tool which is called the VPT or Vertex Precision Tool. Yeah, thanks, Tubes. I forgot that was how it worked. All right, and Tubes, by the way, is much better at this than I am. And what this thing lets you do is move the corners of the square around. So if you hit enter, right, you can see I can drag that corner over here, and the square fills itself in. Likewise, now what's interesting about that is that if I do the same thing over here, right, and then I will come down just because it's easier to see what I'm doing. Do that, go over here. All right, so now this is still one square, okay? This is just the material from that initial block. If I take another block and put it beside it, oops, not you, use some glossy aluminum, you'll see that gap there, right? That's because to the voxel that I'm trying to put in place, there's actually an air gap there. As soon as I put it in, I get to keep the gap. But it thinks that whole thing is the gap. You can see I can actually put my cursor in there if I wanted to put some more material in, right? So to make something small is the opposite process. To split a voxel, which is what I did there, we'll turn on the VPT again, and it's this tool down here. It's a square with it's an isometric square with the corners highlighted, right? So we'll grab that. Now it's 48, I think. So that's 0. We'll put them all back to 0. Right? So I can now arbitrarily grab any one of those corners, and I can start moving it in. Now, half is 42. Okay, so it's 42 is the magic number. I appreciate that. So I could cram all the sides in and wind up with like a 1 pixel wide. You wouldn't see it very well. So what I'm going to do is back out to 32. Right? So we're going to go to 32 here. Oops. We're going to stop that. We'll go to 32 here. And 32 there. 32 there. Now we're going to do the same thing here. Negative 32 in this case. And now I have a thin wall. Right? And again, I can now grab, let's say, some of that glossy aluminum and put a square on both sides. And it doesn't really like that, so it fills in the, right? Okay, but I wanted my thin square. Sure you did. Well, what you can do, oh goodness, I'm doing it wrong. One sec. You put the squares in first. You're gonna back this out so I don't make a mess. I'm gonna make a copy of this. Hey, Van Herk. Van Herk, by the way, is another one of the resident voxel magicians. Incredibly cool looking stuff. There are some excellent videos. Lots of people here are willing to help. So, you know, if I grab this line, cut it out of here, we'll just do that. We'll go here, and come back here, and I'm gonna, oops, move outwards 1 square. We'll put a couple of squares here, and we'll put a couple squares here. We'll put another couple squares here. Oops. Right, so now I've got something, it could be a floor or a wall or whatever. And then I'm going to go back into here, and I'm going to paste that back in. Right? Now again, if you take a look, there's a gap on both sides. Well, yeah. There's a gap on one side, right? So I'm going to hold my shift key down, hit enter, and the material on the other side fills in the gap, giving you this half-width square, right? And that's what it is. And from that, you can wind up doing stuff that winds up looking as wild and as complicated as this. That's all that is. Quote, all. And then you just copy-paste it a million times, right? But it's, as I say, the problem is ultimately not one of complexity, it is one of tedium. Other things, you know, bending voxels. You know, the flight deck you're looking at there is some of mine. This monster, the Prodigy here, is all examples of what I was just showing you. Yes, absolutely. All right. So it's a matter of practice, and then maybe do some more practice and keep practicing, and yeah. There you go. Okay, tubes. Thank you. Like I say, I am not an expert on this. I am at best a well-intended hack, but you know. I leave things like the design of the Prodigy to genuinely amazing people like Harlock, you know, Van Herk, etc. But even that, you can do, if you take a look at this thing, for example, none of this is particularly complicated. It's just thoughtful, careful use of the tools you've seen. And it produces a decent looking vehicle, right? So yeah. So there you go. Well, yeah, exactly. And as I say, there's a lot of people who are willing to, you know, if you got a question, hey, you know, just post an example of what it is you're working on and ask questions, ask for suggestions, technique tips. It's one of the best things. One of the best things about this game is, it's going to sound so cliche, but it's the community. The folks hanging around here. Everyone wants everyone else to have fun doing their cool thing, right? Restart this thing. How are we doing here? Yep. Okay. All right, Tubes. Best of luck for that. I hope it works out, man. That kind of stuff is so great to take part in. My son's well past that point, but yeah. So wish your young fella luck, and yeah, hope it works out. All right. Oops. Alright, so let's get back down here. I need to finish getting this. I gotta decide what I want to do here next. So, like I say, the idea is to ring this with mining lasers, and so normally the door will be closed, right? It'll, and then you pull in over an asteroid or wherever you want to mine. Door opens, lasers light up. I think that's going to be a cool aesthetic. So that's what I'm aiming at. Now, make this stuff go away now. Well, I mean, that is the easiest answer, I suppose. Just this. It's not really a surprise, I suppose. We'll do that. Okay, I'll do that. Oh, well, you don't say. Okay. Well, that's awkward. That's fine. We'll keep that. I suppose that is the easiest answer. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Oh, weird. Okay. How did I manage that? That would broadly suggest my squares aren't. Well, that's awkward. All right. Strategy number 2, pretend I didn't see that. There we are. Okay. Naturally. Okay. Now, how am I going to do that? Actually use the black hole. Try that. So what are we looking at here? Yeah, it's close enough. I'll go up 2 squares, and then... I want 21. Count. Now... steel. As it works out, that is in fact the answer I wanted. Okay, good. Oops. Now, this is where stuff gets weird. You'll do. And then for that, I want, yep, actually, bloomy orange. There. Yep, that's fine by me. And then I need red. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. So it'll work at one. I'm going to have to make a different one for this. Because I don't want that there. I could do that, but it did look weird. So what I'm going to wind up having to do is just make this as two pieces, I think. Okay. Move you over. Put you there. Folks. Alright, so Ebony has just crawled into my lap because obviously I'm live streaming, so this means there's a microphone that needs headbutting. So if you hear any loud meowing or sudden loud thumps, yeah, it's me, not you. Here we go. Okay, now let's see if I've made this do. Yeah, largely did what I wanted. And that okay. This. That. Change that to silver. Oops. No, don't do that. Hi, Foo-Foo. Please hold. That's where I wanted that. And then yes, that's two. Okay, good. It's there. All right. And that ought to fall into the close enough category. Let's see what it looks like. Settle down, everybody. Okay? I don't mind you being there, but you just chill. Is cat. Right. Go there. Shift enter. This chunk here can get sawed off because that's past the middle line. And that's okay. Alright. Yep. That falls into the category of good enough. Okay. So now that looks all right. It's closed. Yep. Block in this end here. I was gonna leave it as was, but it just looks terrible like that. What I can probably do is this. That won't be terrible, right? Leave that there, and then I can do something with that indent for decoration or whatever. So then, yeah, so the idea is that I'll build some kind of a rack around this and over it to deploy the lasers on. So that would be that. So now I want probably to extend. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, let me go get some wall here. I'm going to use the inside-outside version. Copy. Yes. Okay, that's in. Let's see. Yeah. So we'll do this. This. Yeah, that will do the job. We'll go there. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll go all the way over. Go. Right spot. That looks okay. Oops. Yep, that's okay. This doesn't line up properly because the way the center line of the ship, the grid for the center line of the ship is done. But that's not end of the world material level stuff. We'll just literally trim the corner here. Right, that one goes there. Is that? Yes, that is the right material. Yep. Answer here. Oh, we're out of material. That'll do the job, and shift it. There we go. And then I can bury that quite easily. Go. Not quite perfect, but not terrible. Yeah. Different, but not obnoxious. All right. Basically same answer here, right? So. $28. Okay. 25, 27, 28. Hawk a dog. By the way, if the music's either too loud or not loud enough, do let me know. Okay, I'm I'm waiting for industry to catch up. All right, that's fine. All right, great. Thanks very much, Glitch. Appreciate it. All right, now let's have some fun here. Do I has buttons? Yeah, I do. Okay. Apparently, no, I don't. Why do I not have buttons? Probably a station. Switch. Switch relay. Huh. Okay. That's odd. Well, I guess that means there's going to be a slight detour. That's okay. It's still useful. Grab that switch while we're here. I saw a relay. Door to saw. There's damage relay. That's all right. That's really bloody weird. Well, do I have any? Okay, those are all S's. I got a couple of... Okay, that's mostly F's. I can work with that. That many. Six links. What's the best way to do this? Let's just hold that. That's what we'll do. Okay. Oops. Yeah, okay, that's good. Copy and look at Yeah, we use cooling. Assemblers back here. I'll do that tentatively, but yeah, I'm not gonna. I won't cry if it doesn't work that way. All right. Now we need a bunch of programming cubes. One of these, not much. Lemmings. I could wind up having to use just programming boards. I'm not against that. They're clunky, but... Okay, we'll just do that. We'll just use programming boards. I got 4 cubes, but I'll save them for something else for now. Okay, I do have some... Okay, I have ores, but... Oh, crap. Yeah. Switches. Oh, that's right. I haven't put one there yet. So don't want to find it. No, okay, so 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So that one's chef. Yeah, and this is the person. Oh, like this. Yes, SS modern. Yeah, S modern transparent will do the job just nicely. Okay. Sure, that's not how it's supposed to look. Oh. Nope. So, our manager, so you go to here. Here. close. Now, manager, which is this one, let's plug into here. Here. Gives manager control power buttons for all those other boards, and then everything needs to get plugged into the data bank. Okay, so that's all of those plugged in. Now, manager needs to be, screen needs to be, manager and screen both need to be plugged into the core. Last thing it has to do is screen needs to be plugged into the screen. Alright. So now, construct, advanced, copy Lua, advanced, paste Lua. This part's a touch tedious, we apologize, folks. Chef and line cooks all use the same internal code. Okay. All right. Right then. Let's get started. Elements, functional, sort by name, please. All right. The first thing I need are refiners. there. Now we need smelters. Oh! Okay, I'm gonna have to go steal a smelter from somewhere. Okay, that does not go. There we go. That's what I thought I'd done. All right. Give me a minute here, folks. Need to find some equipment. I know I've got them over here. I just need to find them. Blues? Yeah, that's an advanced. Okay. Over here. Whoa. Yeah, be quiet. For you. That's a basic assembly line. That's a basic assembly line. I thought I had made myself. Oh yeah, no, I do. Okay, so I do have. Okay, I'm gonna grab one of those from. Yeah, I'll grab them both. Those are both turned off. Good. All right. And the uncommon one, I'll get those later. Okay. Got myself turned around again. Yeah, I like that. We'll definitely need some decoration, but that's okay. It'll get the job done. About that sort. Come on now. Fine, I'll do it the other way. And I realized to put them in the other one's in upside down, so that's in the way, but that's fine. so that's those. Okay, chem plants next. Oh. Oh, you don't go there. Go here. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. So that's those. Next is the glass. That's the glass plant. I need metalwork and electronics, 3D printers. Okay. Let's get the recyclers in first. Because they tend to be, yeah, they chunky a lot. All right, now. Metalworking machines. Hey, thank you very much, Vilger. Appreciate you being here. All right. 3D printers. Equip. Spinny roundy round. Nope. Yep. And then the last one's the electronics. I forgot about that thing until I got here. All right, making progress. Or something that looks close enough to it that I'm willing to be confused. Okay. Compact. We'll use that phrase. Compact. All right. Now I need containers. Excuse me. Uncommon optimized. Yep. Equip. What am I touching? Oh, I suppose. There's no reason not to, really. Yep. I'll just do that. Since you're nice enough to offer. Yep, that's good. Just like that. And then I need... You like that, do you? And then transfer units. Okay. Now we start wiring everything up. And you load from there. Okay. That's the first step. Now, all of these load into the container that's above them. Nope, got that one already. Okay. You additionally going to load no, we won't do that. I actually don't want to do that. Don't do that. Okay. So that's the first one. Now we do it again. A little bit of lag here. Over here. Then the hard part. Okay. Got them all. Okay. So now, the way this works is that 0, which is this one, all of the machinery in 0... I wired them backwards. I wired them all backwards. It's supposed to go the other way. Alright, well, fine. Okay. That's just annoying. Oh well. It's not like it's expensive, but it's just, like I said, annoying. Flew all the way out to my space base. Why? Because I need to put in container hubs. What did I forget to bring all the way out here? Brought everything else. Oh yeah, I feel that pain. I've done that one a couple of times. Yeah, you do have my sympathy, sir. Okay. Let's do this again, only the right way this time. Well, okay, we'll go there. It's not fixed. Okay, now, back to what I was going to do originally. Alright, so the output for all of these goes to the next. So this bin feeds, and then they all load to the next bin. And then so it just goes around in a circle. So this is 0, that's 1. Alright. Okay, so that gets us, all right. Now, everything here loads this pile. And then complete the circle. Everything here goes into this bin. Right. So that's all that. Next. Oh, no, that's White Bat. White Bat Audio, Carl Casey. He's a musician out of Vancouver, Canada, and does a lot of ambient instrumental, and one of the things which is quite cool about him is he does no copyright strikes, no problems whatsoever. If you want to use his music or use their music, my apologies, on your streams, all he asks is put the album art up once in a while and let folks know, let them know what they're listening to. So yeah. Oh, okay, Rye. Yeah, 902 is in area code for Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island. All right. I will take that as a compliment. All right, I will need. Okay, glass furnace. Equip. And then I want. I'm actually gonna do. We'll do that. Yeah, no, that'll go there. Find you can plant. That's what I'm missing. Well, bark. I do not have a chem plant in stock. That's well, ish problem. Okay, let me go see what I can scavenge. Ah, Calgary. Awesome. Calgary in the house. Fantastic stuff. That's uncommon. I know. Yeah, okay. Just wakey, Michelle. Get over here. Get your advanced Canton. You should be your uncommon. Okay. Out of here. Let's go see here real quick. No, huh? Okay, well, I'll just have to take the other thing apart. Not the end of the world, just inconvenient. Thank you. Doing okay here. Now, test piece 6. All of these need to be plugged in. Right. Last but not least, and your finished goods. Okay. All of these go into finished goods. Right. So that gets us what should be a working tiny factory. Next. Inventory. I'm gonna yeah, I'm gonna do that. All right. Okay, so we're gonna we'll use both these lines to keep the other thing topped off. I'm probably... yeah, okay, I'll worry about that now. Build kits. Neos. Nothing there I need. Okay, didn't do anything with this file. Sliding doors, bay windows. Okay, I'll grab those, but not the bay window. Don't have anything to print it there. Orbital. Okay. Common supplies. You know, that's probably not a bad thing to have. Not here. I will need that. Oh, interesting. We got that double. Water transparent S for sure. Where's my lasers? Counters. Yep, definitely will need those. Databanks, yep, need those. ECUs I don't care about, gyroscopes I don't care about, lights I'm not worried about right now. Do I have relays? Yeah, I do. Telemeter, yeah, definitely. We'll have a couple of those in inventory at times. Vertical lights, don't care. Okay. All right. Well, Counter 2 isn't enough. I need counter 5s as well. Counter. Well, actually, yeah, I'm just going to grab all of those. And that should be everything I need. Space Core. Space Core M. Yep, here we go. Copy. Alright. Let's get over here. Take the steel out of this list. And then basically every second line item I'm going to remove out of here just to decongest. There. That will improve responsiveness here. While it's doing nothing else. And forgot to do something here. Units. That will wipe the database. So it's not trying to make whole stuff from previous orders. Go. Let that finish spinning up. That's blue. That's the thing I forgot to do.
Everybody get up, it's time to slam now.
Hey, incoming raid! Twerpin, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Twerpin. Do appreciate you, man. Oh, 07, y'all, come on in. Hope things are all right. All right. No, again, and that's gonna, yeah. Okay. Alright, you're wound up. Excellent. Turn you off. Turn you on. Missed one. All right. Should go check the screen here in just a moment. Oh, bloody hell. I just realized I forgot to do something. All right. Very clever of me to get everything turned on, but if I actually forgot to plug it into the to the control boards. Just give me a sec here, I'll do that. Slightly dippy of me, but yeah. About par for the course these days. All right. So we may as well turn this off. Turn that back on. See, none of this counts unless, you know, the machines are plugged into the boards. Yeah, that. Done. All right. Your line cook, your chef. All right. Let's move the chef board back where that equipment is. Might as well, right? Tidy this up a bit, like so. Top. Okay, cool. So now, let's get, you know, just, I mean, it's not even that difficult. That's the thing, right? It just needs to get done. So. Just doesn't count unless you remember. Plugged in over here? No, that's it. Okay, that's easy enough. All right, so that's that one done. Start with this one. Progress. Takes care of that. Again, transfer unit first. So how's everyone doing? Anybody else playing DU while hanging out in the stream? Just throw one in the chat if that's what you're up to. Looks like looks like I got it all. Okay. And then same thing over here. That should probably work better. Hey, Kestrel. Course finished for the day. Excellent. Hope it was valuable to you. All right, let's try and get this working now. No, one sec here. Turn that off. Turn this one off. Turn the other back on. All right. Ryglitch, yeah, you playing as well? Cool. Dozen people hanging out on a Saturday morning. Do appreciate y'all. Thanks for being here. Oh, again, forgetting stuff. Cancel. Now it'll work. Not much. Tick box for the company. Still don't think I should have to do it on my own time, but that's... Yeah, I get you. Yep. Record levels of productivity across civilization. Still somehow can't afford 4 hours. Yeah, I know. Pisses me off, quite honest. I remember in the late 70s reading an article that was expecting a 4-hour work week, a 4-day work week in North America because automation and technology, rate of advance, automation, everything else would make workers so productive that essentially it would be, we'd be producing more than we could possibly need. And so you may as well get, to keep prices from crashing, companies would actually voluntarily want to cut the work week down by a day. Right, that was the thinking in the late 1970s, at least from one article I read back then, and yeah. Did I forget? Yeah, I did. No, I missed one. I usually do. There we go. It'll wake up here in a moment. Yep. The problem is it would convert so many well, problem quote is it converts so many downtown cores into wastelands. Um, there's an entire coffee economy predicated on people being trapped in skyscrapers. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't help either. Let's try that again, shall we? Yep. One of those things you learn in permaculture is there's no such thing as shortage. What there is a misallocation of resource. And yeah, that's a very good summary of a whole lot of things these days. All right, yay! The lights came on. All right. Take a minute here for everything to wake up and... All right. That will get the electronics I need for the next step down below taken care of. While I'm waiting for that to start actually producing output, not sure what's with the visual lag today. Of course, this thing is getting more complex by leaps and bounds. That could just simply be the problem. I've never actually... very rare that I work on cores at this scale, so... probably need to hire... to ask someone to give me a hand figuring out how to close up these corners. That's just not something I know. Okay, let's get here for now. Again, if you don't know what you're doing, at least be neat. Okay, that's not gonna do anything. So let's back this up. Nope, that's too much. Yeah, really, I'm sorry about the video jank there, folks. There's just no easy answer there, but that's fine. Doesn't need to be. Work with that. Now, what looks better? That? Like I could deep groove that. I don't think so. We'll go with that. What does that do in the interior? Yeah, we'll go that way. Much higher than I thought. Yeah, I think it will. Oh, peculiar. Well, I mean, sure. That's not terrible. Yeah, I can go with that. So I would need to muck with that a bit to get that to work. Not into the world stuff, but... So that would need to go there. Oh, piss off. Yeah, so the video lag is only when I'm in editing mode, which is kind of annoying. Question: can you add a static core to a dynamic core construct? What do you mean at creation time? Like when you get the blueprint swap out? No. There is a way to do it if you want to be adventuresome, mucking around with the JSON file. You export it, you muck with the JSON, blah blah. But yeah, there's sort of no in-game mechanism that I'm aware of. Allow me to phrase it that way. Oh, really, Kestrel? Fascinating. Okay, well, let me go take a look at that. Oh, you don't need to add a static to your ship to have a mobile factory. That is just, the game lets you do that. That is just part of Settler's server. So yeah, the factory you see here on board my ship. Yeah, That's exactly it. Factory ships are a thing. And a cool thing, I might say. Which is actually the point of this ship. Essentially, it's going to be a mobile base. As I say, you know, AK Swervin calls it the DU-TechoDrome. But yeah, so the idea is this, what you see me working on here is a starship. I just haven't got the outsides put on yet. But, you know, there's engines and fuel tanks. Yeah. It's in a graving dock to make it easy to work, and because I'm over a planet, it means that it's not going to plummet, you know, it's not going to, I'm not going to be fighting with the gravity well the whole time I'm trying to work. But, so I get the best benefits. So it's part aircraft carrier, part mobile base. You know, if I just scoot over here. You know, there's going to be some combat capability to it. I need to get some more. I need to get some more gates made. This is all going to be mining lasers down here. So when this thing opens up, basically I'll be able to pull in over an asteroid, open that door, and this will just be mining lasers. I'll be able to work on the, you know, do a mining operation on an asteroid, and all of that material that I harvest will get loaded into this container back here for processing in all of these factories. So this is half a ship, right? This is the center line here. So as I figure out what it is I want, when I'm done, I'm literally going to copy the right-hand side to the left-hand side. And so there will be 4 complete factory systems at least on board this thing. You know, full flight deck, which is above me. And then, yeah. And then there will be, if I get to do what I want, I'm going to goof around with the doors a bit more. And there will be a set of doors up here that open vertically that will be rows and rows and rows of PvP missile launchers. And then, because you always want to keep your nose pointed at the enemy in PvP, there will be another set of doors underneath the flight deck area that will open up, and that will be some large and medium turrets. Just because it looks cool, not because it'll be functional. Nope, L-core. I'm not even using the whole volume of the L-core. The graving dock is 1 L-core, so I'm going to occupy slightly less space than that. But I'm also looking for a particular shape dimension configuration. And then once it gets out of the graving dock, I'll probably wind up adding a couple of whip pods on the side and stuff. That'll be added on later once the ship is much more operational, and I can start doing things like, you know, cruise out to an asteroid belt, take a couple of asteroids apart, and then use that to build more ship. XL cores were an experiment, but they cause all kinds of problems, including the fact that in PvP you cannot target them. Radars ignore XL cores. So, bunch of problems. So they were experimented with, and my understanding is that Jimbo and Lunar have essentially decided they're just more of a pain in the ass than they're worth. Now, let's go check on this. We doing anything? What about now? Okay, yeah, we're making okay, we're transferring stuff right now. Yeah, it complicates things, you know. It reduces the fun quotient for everybody else. All right. Now it's just going to be a matter of waiting for the for everything to catch up over here. All right. Well, let's go back and look at this. Let's get some more of that planked in so I can at least extend that elevator. And then I need to put up a couple of walls in here as well for the engineering pods. Yeah, okay. Ah, there you are. I don't know why I find this so difficult. Alright, turn you on. Not enough material. Oh, well, that's annoying. Use one of these. Equip. Wow. Really, George? Go. There. Just like Rockus. Alright. Oh. I hear something like Stompy Stomp.
What you making?
Huh. Some sliding doors. Very nice. Alright. So, next question. Where am I at here for... Yeah, okay. Gulp, gulp. Stuff. Okay. Okay, those are atmospheric engines. Let me do this a different way. Elements, engines, please. We've got one, so that'll have to be a pod. I've got two more, I can put two more safes easily. Okay, let me, do that. And then the counter phase. Take two of those. Yeah, okay, we'll get those installed first. Okay, that is the zero line there. Let's do. let's see. Why not has tanks? Okay. Okay, here we go. Large advanced optimized equipment. That's right. What else do I have? Okay, let's scan elements, engines, militaries. No, I'm not using those. Size, please. Okay. I don't mind that. I can just use regular stuff. Thanks for that. So that gets me up to 2.4 Gs. I'm okay with that. It's not great, but it's not terrible. And then engines again. Counterphase. Advanced maneuver. Two of those movements. Seriously, fun hobby. That's good. Now for now. Just like progress. Not quite, but just like. Now, what's that give me for? Okay, that's 0.68 G's atmospheric. That I'm not that worried about, because I'm not trying to fly. It's mostly going to be used for adjustments in for adjustments while in on ag. That said, because I think it'll be an interesting aesthetic, I'm going to do this. Yep, I'm good with that. Oh my gosh, this is frustrating. Again, inefficient, but I think it'll look okay. I essentially just need to be able to move the ship, right? This is for just station keeping or adjustments in position to position around the planet. Doesn't need to go quickly, just needs to go. I won't be using airfoils. So that'll be okay there. Why are we making advanced glass product? Did we run out already? I find that hard to believe. Try to reboot that just in case it's being stupid. Welcome in, everybody. Do me a favor, give a shout out in chat as to where you're calling in from, as it were. I'm on the east coast of Canada. 902 is the area code for Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island. So yeah. I know there's a few folks from England. I know there's one or two from Scotland, Wales in. I know I've got a few folks from USA in. So yeah, just out of curiosity, interested in seeing who's playing, who's interested in the game and from where they're at. UK for Kestrel, yeah. All right. I think we're doing okay here. All right, let's... let's, do some more deck work here. There's a need for that. Southeast England, okay, yeah. I spent a year in school, 8, 9 years old, I think it was. Right about the same time as Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan. I was living in Plymouth at the Goswell Junior. I believe was the school I was going to. Sounds right. Yeah. Absolutely loved it. Fascinating country. Yeah. I know it bears no resemblance now to then, but still. Same shape, much different. Oh, still showing material. Huh? That's odd. Okay, so we're kind of stuckish there. We did the tourist thing around Land's End, and yeah, absolutely fascinating to know that we were where we were standing at Land's End was north of Labrador City in Canada, and I was looking at palm trees, just absolutely gobsmacking. Matte silicon. That's odd. An odd thing to be short of. I'm usually drowning in this stuff. Let's go look. Labrador City, by the way, for those of you unfamiliar with Canadian geography, is not a place renowned for its palm trees. It is periodically renowned for its polar bears, however. Am I out of prefab silicon? Oh, no, there's still lots there. All right. Not sure what's up with that. Yay, we're making lasers. Alright, so I'm just going to need a little bit here for this thing to catch up and figure out. Am I at a bauxite? It can't be. No, there's 15,000 liters of bauxite sitting there. Okay. Yeah. Out of bauxite is not the problem. Alright. Again, just waiting for things to figure it out. Oh, bloody barking hell. Did I do that? Yeah, I did, didn't I? Give me a minute here, folks. That will slow the whole damn process down. Salvage and raw ore. Okay, yes. Alright. Okay, yeah, it is bringing bauxite in. It's, yeah, it's got carbon. Okay. So, no, it's working properly. It's just being peculiar in its choices about what to work on when. Okay. By the way, for those of you who are fans of coffee and are looking for something to do differently with the taste, I have a 16-cup coffee maker here at the house. We're a bunch of folks that live here. We're all coffee hounds. And one sec, I have someone messaging here. Oh, right, yeah, for sure. There you go. Westbrook Drew, thank you very much. Welcome. Autotech, welcome. Appreciate you hanging out. Yeah, Alright, so what was I gonna do? Alright, so we're just waiting on... Yeah, we're basically waiting for the factory to catch up with what needs to get made. These are plugged in, right? Yes. Okay. Alright, that's working. Okay. So, this is going to be... Stop for a second. Don't do that. Yeah, okay, A0. This will be B0, okay. There, and that makes just a few things easier. All right. Nice. Okay. So yes, these things are plugged into the things that do the things. It might well be... Yeah, so we're just basically just going to be waiting for it to click over to realize that it needs to batch up some silicon. All right. Actually, I'm making a presumption. What are you doing? You're making relays. Okay, very good. Almost like this thing works. Did I tell it to keep matte silicon in inventory? Because, you know. Yeah, I did. I suspect the problem is just that these numbers are too low. I'll just do this. glossies are fill material. Except glossy aluminum. Everything else is fill material. Okay. We'll just restart this. 4, 3, 2, 1, and turn that back on. Now, yeah, I think we're doing okay. Okay, let me go get. Do I have material? Should be okay. Come on. Voxel service, please, today. Alright. So that's the line there, officially. I could do that, sure. Just think. Yep, okay. We're gonna not do that, though. Yeah, okay. Slide that over. A little bit awkward later, but that's okay. Move that to here. Yep, we're good there. Yeah, it'll have to do. Now, out of curiosity, if this what we get, that winds up being weird. Now it's remediable with blowtorch, but okay. Alright, well, blowtorch it will be. Go there. And then now, obviously that's not right. That has to come here. Yep, absolutely wrong spot. That's alright. And then that causes a problem with those. Alright, so that's going to have to be a custom. Okay. So, step 1, blowtorch. Again, it doesn't matter what you're doing as long as you do it neatly. Except that's the wrong wall material, so we'll need to go get something else. Okay. Well, yeah, for that to do what I want. So how does this work? Yes. And copy. And over we go. So. Okay, that's going to require some thinking. What about here? I'm tempted to leave the back of the engine block open. Right? Just that, and then I'd have to come out from here, leave a little gap. Well, okay, let's see what we can do. Let's, before we get too judgy. About will, won't. That's not terrible. You know, there's a couple ways we can address that. We can put just a 45-degree slope in there, right? That wouldn't be terrible, again. Okay, I'm going to drop that piece there so I have something to look at. I'm going to go get myself a couple of 45s. No, I don't mean records. can do, I can just square that, but I don't think it'll look as good as not doing that. All right. So let me go get it. Yeah, 45 pieces over here. Let's work with that and see where we go. All right, and then I will just temporarily change that to so. Yeah, work with that. We just need a crown cap across the top. Yeah. That's not what I wanted at all. There we go. Wow, this is annoying. All right. Now, that gives me something to work with. So zip down here. Grab. Like so. Go, say, that high. Copy. Yep, that's okay. So now, why I oughta be able to just copy this and get a pretty clean finished piece here now. I'll be happy if it's finished, but if it's finished by the time, but by the time the server runs out of money. Okay. You know, all joking aside, I suspect this is going to be one of those forever projects. There's just so much volume to work with that even when it's quote operational, it's kind of going to be like the second Death Star being operational. Yep, it moves. Yep, it shoots. I wouldn't call it done though. You know, there's done and then there's done enough. And yeah. Well, you know, initially the criteria will be outer hull closed up, you know, adjusters and brakes fitted. So, you know, there's a lot of volume here. I'm not going to try and detail it all in one go. It'll never leave the graving dock if I do that. I want to be able to start using this ship. But hey, Omadon, good to see you. But there's just so much stuff that I can just tinker with this ship. You know, everything from, you know, a push button on the E19 so the gates open and close as I come and go. Yeah, whatever. You know, there's just so many things I can tinker with this. That, yeah, there will be operational, and eventually there may be finished. That's about as good, you know. But, you know, I'm just delighted about the idea that this is even possible, right? There's a lot of volume in an L core. Like I say, I'm not using all of it, right? Because the actual volume of the L core extends past the outside edge of the graving dock. So yeah, I'll be able to add nacelles or, you know, or whatever to this thing once it's out of here. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. I think that's going to be a workable look. Again, we don't want... And I may wind up coming back and using more of the... whoops. You know, I may wind up using more of this for that type of work, but yeah, I want something different to look at, sort of from every angle. So we'll see. Thanks very much for dropping in, Omadon. Do appreciate you. Still low on Matt Silicon. Okay. Well, that's depressing. Because, yeah, one of those... Elcor. Yep. So, 5 decks, but the definition of a deck is the height of an XL container. Or an XL assembly line. Right. Yep. I've got 2 tiny factory setups running on it already. When I'm done, there'll be at least 4. And, you know, I'm trying to blend the sensibilities of an aircraft carrier, a North Sea drill rig, and, you know, a mobile space station. That's really what it comes down to. So, 1 second here. Where am I at? Oh, over here. Yeah, okay, we're producing. Okay, we're building some electronics and stuff. That's good. I need all that. So, full ag. And the idea is in here, as I was saying earlier, is that this door here, when Settler Servers gets the mining lasers functional, that's going to be the mining. This will be the mining room, right? The lasers are all being. I'll have them all hooked up via some voxel excuses, aiming down through here. So literally just pull in over an asteroid, open the door, turn the lasers on. That's the idea. Yeah, we can do that. Oh, where's my airlock? Do I have an airlock left? Doesn't look like it. Yep, I got 1 left. Okay. I will have to make more. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, glad you do. It's, I, the other day I realized that I really wasn't grooving on, um, my Dual Universe, and I couldn't figure out why, because this is one of those games you know, generally speaking, I'm always in a rush to log in and play, and the other day I realized there was something kind of dragging me a bit. Um, and I realized it was basically because I was just doing more of what I've always done. I wasn't really challenging myself doing anything different. And I realized that one of the things I was really enjoying a lot of was flying the factory ship I'd built. So I decided that what I was going to do was basically scrapping all my permanent installations, etc., all my other vessels, and building myself a mobile base that I can go planet to planet, um, you know, look around. It's ag, so I can pull into, or I can drop into low orbit if I want, or into atmosphere. Um, it's got a full flight deck on it, so I can keep a couple of this is a hybrid, but I could keep a full an atmospheric only in here just for planetary scooter. Um, and all of the volume you're looking at here is half the ship, right? Because what I'm doing is building the right hand edge. That's forward. So yeah, I all kinds of room for building role play spaces and whatever else, whatever else takes my fancy. Oodles of room for industry. The laser mining room I think is just going to be terribly cool. Um, I'm going to take advantage. I'm going to make a few more of those L gates. There'll be one up at the top of the ship, facing upwards. That when it opens, what we'll be doing is uncovering several rows of L size missile launchers, and then probably the same idea here, where a set of doors there and there will open, and this corner and the opposite corner will be several L-sized cannon turrets, right? So cruise around looking completely innocuous, push a button, oops, guns. Just because that amuses me. It's a brute, but it's going to give me something I'm going to want to keep logging in and working on and tinkering with. Because I ADHD as well as dealing with intermittent depression these days, worst thing is to log in and go, what do I want to do? Because then I don't do anything. I just wind up sitting and watching a status board or chatting with people or whatever, as opposed to actively playing the game. So this is one thing that will have all kinds of other things in it that I can do. There's no question about, where am I starting or whatever. If I feel like traveling, we'll fly. I'll fly the ship somewhere. If I feel like mining, I'll go do mining. Running industry, whatever. If someone needs a rescue, well, it's an L Corps. I can move a lot that way. So yeah, etc., etc. Right. I think it's going to be a fun way to play DU, particularly in the Settlers server. So right now, I'm just waiting for the industry to crank some material out. I need some electronics to muck around with the door down below. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. You know. Hmm. That's interesting. Okay, no, that makes sense. 33 instead of 40 because I went a little... I didn't double up the... I didn't double up the metalworkers and the metalworkers, 3D printers and the electronics industries. I just went singles on these. Okay, that's fine. All right. Yeah, look, still lots of salvage material to chew on. Still got fit. Okay, we're no shortage of anything. It's just chewing time. I wonder what it's waiting on. Did I forget anything plugged in? Is that a mistake? Nope. Factory salvage raw ore, that's correct. Factory salvage raw ore, that's correct. Factory salvage and raw ore. Yep. Okay, so it's just thinking. All right, cool. That's all it is. I don't care. When I first set one of these up, there's always the thing where if I've forgotten to plug something in, it runs for a while and then stops, and then I'm scratching my head trying to figure out, okay, what did I, what's the real problem? So once I know that everything's working properly, I just ignore it. It just goes. All right. So at this point, I'm waiting for electronics and honeycomb. What do I have in inventory right now? I'm okay for engines. I could use... Okay, I need an L core, an L space core. I've got a warp beacon to deploy. Could go get that. That wouldn't be a bad use of my time. Okay. All right. Well, I do have to go check on something over here in case I have a bunch in stock and I'm just forgetting about it. Oop. Hold on. I could drag all that over. Match, yeah, okay. I've got a ton of matte silicon sitting here. All right. Just drag that over. Yeah, everything. It was just that I was out of. Okay. So, oops, come back here. Come back here. Close those for now. So, yeah, I want to plank those over. And then finish getting the walls up. So, around that room. And then figure out what else I want to do with it. The construct service, or whatever it is you use for building, is being a little bit sluggy today. Not into world stuff, but inconvenient. Little bits of video lag as I'm trying to move around and do things, right? Yep, that's it there. Yep, okay. Stop it. Okay, looks good. All right. For this, how do I want to handle that? I can extend that beak, I suppose, but I think it's just going to wind up being that I get to trim that off. I think that winds up just getting removed. Okay, well, we'll see. Yep, okay. Yep, it'll do. That's plenty of room, I would think. Particularly where I've got the vertical volume. And most of it's just, like I say, it's mostly going to be for roleplay purposes. It's the M. I think I remember Jimbo saying they were using the M scale, the M laser build, or skin for the mining lasers. So if that's the case, yeah, there'll be plenty of room in there. That's okay. Good. And cut. And that looks okay. Not shiny, just slightly used. Yep. All right. Okay. Now, how are we doing on the electronics front here? Okay, looks like we got to goods. All right, let's see what we can do with this then. It would be tempting to set that up off the telemeter, but I don't think we will. Let's It's going to be easier to measure this way, unfortunately. music back. Was kind of caught up there, wasn't really noticing it. The music was off. Yeah, it'll go there. And I just realized I'm installing this upside down. Awesome. Good, good. No, don't do that. Well, bark. Alright, well, continue on as though. Okay, one sec here, folks. All right. Come on now. All right. Okay, so I can do 1 to 9. You're right, that's fine. So then I need to go back over here. We'll go with the yellow and use those numbers. See what that looks like. Advance, synergy. Copy. Yeah, all right, that'll do it. So how many of these do I have here? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. That's a remarkably inconvenient number, but okay. So just group and force. Okay. Go. All right, now I need to go here and advanced set link delay. Time shift, there we go, and that's going to be 0.25. This gets plugged in here. This gets plugged in here. Change this one to 0.5. The next one's in. again. We hit the magic button. That gets those done. Okay. And then the last one was this goes to 175. Okay. It's just 3 this time, which we do. Go. Okay. So now, next, I need actual switch. That's the button. Just gonna set this over here. And then I need a couple of relays. Okay. And then 6. All right. Good. So now, go. That looks pretty tidy. Now, next, this actually needs to get a little bit of tweak. Hey! Thank you very much for the follow, Autotech. Appreciate you. And then I need another. Switch. That's buttons. Switches. Go from here to here. This one goes over by the door. This one over here for now. Much harder to lose it if I put a light under it. I'll be forever going, why is that? Oh, why? These, and just get tacked on the wall over here. Okay. Now, do I want... No, I think that's fine. Okay, and then you're a what? You're an M. Okay, let's, well, stop that. Okay, and then 2L lights, please. Yep. And 2. Connect here to here to here, and then I want those. Okay, yeah, sure. And then advanced build time shift can be 0 again. That's fine. And then off blink will be 3.3. I think they need to be brighter. We'll go with the other colors. At the point we're going to be melting rocks, we would like to warn people, I think. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Okay, that is in fact 0. What was I thinking? Oh, no. Okay. No, what? Yeah, okay. Never mind. Scaring myself for a moment. I could actually... Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Use this conveniently located ledge right there. Oh, poop. Forgot. That's better. Yeah, just like that. No, don't need that. Yep, this is okay. Okay. All right. Yep. Cool. Except that I just realized I caused myself some annoyance. Do I have any counters? Yeah. Yes, I do. I have a 2 counter. Okay. Okay. Give me counter. All right, so I don't need the ore anymore. Put the counter up here. And I need 2 buttons now. Oh, no, I still will need the ore. that means no matter which one you tap, oh, yes, it works better if you plug it in. There we go. And then tap. It doesn't matter which one you tap. So either side of the room. Okay. So let's move these back where we want them. Okay, so that gets that taken care of. And then the underpin warning lights go out. Exactly what I want. Okay. There we go. Yep. Good. That's exactly what I want. Okay. There we go. So as soon as we have mining lasers, we have a place to go. And that's kind of cool. Now here. Oops. How far is that? That is 28, which I think is the whole width of the panels. 2, 6. Yeah, pretty damn close. Alright, then what I'm gonna do... Go that far. Yeah, that's what I thought I'd do. Yep. Okay, we're good. You can go there. Enter. I'm gonna leave that open because once the ship gets assembled, I'm actually gonna want that as an opening so I can put a, Actually, let's just do it. Let's stop talking about it and just do it! Because, you know, it's not like it's actually hard. Now, it seems to me that the caution is on the inside. inside, as it were. And no, naturally I have it backwards. Okay. Alright. Oh, well, that wasn't very bright. Anybody seen a door? Oh, well. Hmm. Yeah, that's fine. And so, yeah, I actually don't need that. Alright. Go. Now what do I want to do? I'm thinking. Frightening prospect, I know. Go. And then I want the page cream. can't tell there's a door there, I'm not sure what I can do for you. All right. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. So then I will need an ore and clay. Perfect. All right. Okay. I like it. All right, how we doing here? Still complaining about a lack of clear aluminum, huh? Why? Okay, so let me guess. You are looking for 300 liters, but you're not telling the... Okay, yeah. That's what I thought was going to happen. I was hoping it wouldn't. Okay, be that way. All right. So you will need to go there. You will need to go there. That cord. Alrighty. That's a pretty good day. Alrighty, folks. I think we're gonna wrap it up. It's 2 o'clock my time. I've been streaming for what, almost 5 hours. So yeah, that's plenty for me. Check and see if somebody else is streaming, and we'll raid over to them if we can. And, yeah. Thanks so much for hanging out. Do appreciate you. Give me a sec here, and we'll see who's kicking around for that raid thing. Oh, Swervin's up. Dope. All right, yeah, we'll raid over to Swervin. All right. Get that out of my way. Oh, come on now. Don't be like that. Just give me a sec here, folks. Naturally that I'm trying to do something here. Yeah. All right. So yeah, we're gonna raid over to Swervin here in just one moment. As always, friends, ladies, gentlemen, non-binary finery, thanks very much for watching the DU Weekend Show, as hosted by me, 902PE Gaming. Reminder to reach out to your gaming friends and acquaintances that you haven't seen or heard from in a while and check in on them. The world's a lot right now. We'll use that phrase. The world is a lot. And not everyone's doing well. There's a lot of things dragging people down, and we all feel better being reminded that people notice when we aren't around. So yeah, reach out to folks you haven't seen in game in a while. If it's DU or any other game you play, and just let them know, hey, it'd be fun to get together. Take care of yourselves, stay safe, and have fun with whatever games you play, and we'll see y'all again soon. So hang on for that raid, and away we go. All right, raiding over.
You know, Santa Claus. Santa Claus, cool iced tea. 902 with the raid. Let's go, man. Let's go, 902. Hell yeah, man. Roll up, roll up. I'm doing industry. I mean, I'm not. So
all right, and if you're still kicking around here, that's it. Take care of yourselves. See y'all again soon.
15 minutes.